Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra the Orcish Fiddler here. Hello, Wolf. Welcome in. And Antares, welcome in. Enjoy your lurk. C79, welcome in. I'm so happy to see all of you tonight. Happy Tuesday. I hope that your day has been going well. How have you guys been today? I'm a little tired. I had a little bit of a compressed work day. Not a bad work day, just compressed. I got my annual review today, and I am performing excellent, consistently above expectations. Hopefully that means a nice bonus. We'll see what happens. Thank you, Valis, and welcome in. How you doing? I hope I get some rest too, Wolf. Well, it's more that I hope that the rest of the week is a little bit more, less compressed. Because, I spent probably the first half of my day taking care of that, taking care of coaching, doing some other things with my manager, and then once that was all done, I was on my regular duties, and I had a whole bunch of tasks that, like, the task that I perform here, because it's call listening, it could be random which call I get. I could get a half an hour call. I could get a 2-minute call. I could get a 2-hour call. And I have to evaluate it because it was randomly selected. I had a string of like 7 calls that were super short, and I just wanted to get them done before I ended the day. So I kind of had to do some sprints, and it was a little exhausting. So it's done though. I got done what I wanted to do today. Almost everything. You know what else I want to do today? I want to play some Bastard Bonds. I want to actually get somewhere in this game today. So I'm not sure what all we were doing, but you know what we haven't been doing? We haven't been exploring these places. So let's form a party, shall we? Who do we got? We got Nazar, Greening, and Wolfie. And you know what that's gonna do? Are we equipped? Nazar has his scythe. Greening has the book. Wolfie, what do you got? Where are you, Wolfie? Wolfie, where do I put you? You're right there. I can't tell because Paul's in the way. Alright, let's check your inventory in the stronghold. I didn't want to have to go back in, but we'll do this real quick. Wolfie is over here. Okay, you've got the Magus Rod. Alright, that'll work. Got plenty of healing in case we need it. You'll be gentle. Well, where we're going, we may not need you to be gentle, because we're trying to progress, which means, well, if the enemy wants to be a little bit mean, we can be a little bit mean right back. Let's go in this direction, randomly. Actually, no. Return. I've been waiting to do the labor camp until I had Nazar in the party, and I keep forgetting. So let's get this taken care of, shall we? Yes, exactly like that, Wolfie. If you want to breathe fire upon those who stand in our way, you are welcome. Unless you feel that we need to try to save them. In which case, well, you might want to speak up before we blast them to smears. A Broduk labor camp. What's left of a modest labor camp set at the foot of the Broduk, which I guess is a hill? That's what this is. Hill, mountain, something. It's a place where things happen. Alright. Hello. Oh! What? Hey! That was impolite. No, that's actually not where I wanted you to stand, Wolfie. I'm unsettled. Oh, it's a boogeyman! Ooga booga! I'm going to go ahead and defend since I just got crit. No, don't go after... Lawful, lawful, neutral, neutral. Oh, Nazar, are you okay? Like, seriously? We need Wolfie over here? Okay, that'll work. And then greening... I don't know where to stick greening where he's going to be safe. In fact, this isn't safe for Wolfie, potentially. Stand by. I need to know where this guy's going. What? I was not expecting that tactic. Who just got crit? I got crit. Okay, I can take it. It's fine. We need to get rid of this boogeyman, though. Wolf, you're being too gentle. Hey! Don't hit Nazar! Oh, blast it. Yay, he missed. I'll take it. Why didn't I have Nazar move? Gentle is your thing? Well, we're not being particularly gentle right now. There. Okay. That was a little bit weird, how the enemies did not appear when I was, like, right at the door, but they didn't appear until I was over here. It's like, how did these table and chairs block the view of a gigantic Cyclops? I would love to know. Where's my favorite weapon? What's my favorite weapon? Where is my favorite weapon? Oh, I left it at camp! I took it off of whoever had it and I set it in the inventory. Whoops. We'll be fine. But I do have to remember to put that on Nazar or somebody with high fight. Greenie, you probably don't want to stand there. Nazar, you want to stand there. Oh, you want to hesitate? Okay, well, he'll attack you. He'll see if you drop anything. Oh, okay, that's fine. Ah! Ouch! That was a little painful. There we go. Now we're getting their camaraderie bonuses so that we don't fumble. So many boogeymans. And you know, they didn't look like they were dancing at all. I don't think they like to boogie. As long as you didn't just drop it so and forget. No. No, I have it in camp. I know, I'm pretty sure it's in there. It better be in there. Oh, what do you see? What'd you notice, Nazar? The ground under this rock is scraped, as though it's been moved recently. Giving it a thorough check, you find a key hidden under one of the edges. Cool. A normal key. That reminds me, I need to get a locksmith so I can buy another precious key. Hi! This is really awkward. Really awkward place to be. Let's work our way out. Okay, you're not going to be able to do anything for a bit, so you'll just defend. There we go, there's the Wolfie we know and love. I helped. Okay, well, that's not going to help. That's what I thought. Hey! Thanks for making it easy for Nazar to finish you off, I guess. Oh. Okay. Hey, there's a chest. It is rusted. No key in the world is going to open this one. Do you want to try to force it? Not right now. We're going to need one of our labor specialists. So that's going to be Bato or Paul. I mean, we could technically bring in Zentgraph, but... in Zentgraph, closed captioning. You know, one of these days, closed captioning might actually be good. Hello, person all the way somewhere. Where are you? Question mark? Oh, there you are. Nazar, go here. And that is that for that guy. More new friends! Hi, new friends. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Doom, this is your demise, and over here is your death. And also, your violent death. Wow, okay. Yeah. gonna say, I'm not gonna get a chance to heal before that thing goes down. It's fine. Ooh. I don't think this is a great place to put a fire pit. Rust remover needed here too. No, it looks like that is going to be a labor challenge. And yeah, those crits are pretty good. Don't mind me loving how built my werewolf is. Yeah, he definitely loves to just tear things apart with Arcana. Just explodes things suddenly and violently and all over the place. Okay. Nothing there. There's a diary on this night table. It appears to be somewhat lurid. What do you think? Should we read it or should we shake it? What? Okay. Game? I don't know what you mean by shake it. That's the problem, Val. Are we shaking the diary? Because it's somewhat lurid. So are we shaking the diary, or are we shaking something else? I have concerns. Shake it? Well, I see 2 votes for shake it and 1 for read it, so, I guess we'll shake it. You shake the diary and a key falls out. Cool. And we can still read it, so that's good. Well, you pick an entry toward the end and start reading. The foreman gave me the key to his cabin so I can come by quietly after dark. I've never been with an orc before, or a man either for that matter, but I highly recommend it. It's been 6 years since I've been shipped out and I ain't so much as caught sight of a woman. Plus, the foreman's been real good to me, and the others. Looks like this entry keeps going. Let's keep reading. Hopelessly curious, you turn the page and keep reading. I had to pretend I was sick today so the others wouldn't ask why I can barely walk. Holy shit, I needed that. I think I still need it. He let me keep the key so I can come by again. I guess this might become a thing. I thought it would feel weirder, like I'd done something awful, like I'd want to barf and off myself. But it don't feel like that at all, and I can't stop thinking about him. I think I might actually be glad to be here. You know what? Orcs do have the habit of creating those feelings within somebody. You turn the page only to find it blank. You put the book back. Kraid, I never knew you kept a diary. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to keep this diary. Please, it would mean a lot to me. And here, this is the key he mentioned. I still have my copy. Maybe it'll come in handy. Ooh. Oh, I've got 2 precious keys out of that. Okay. I don't think that's supposed to happen. I think this script is designed to make sure that you get a precious key no matter what. But if you shake it first, you get the precious key. Nazar comes, he says, here's the key from it. Although it does say, here's my copy, so maybe this is actually, there are just 2 keys. Okay, so it does make sense. So that was Kraid's and you have Nazar's. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. Thanks, Nazar. We needed that. Now I don't have to get a locksmith. I mean, I still do, but I was going to ask about the logic behind it. Yeah, it makes sense. It's just that I didn't put it together right away. That's fine. I've had a long day. I don't have to be perfect. I'm not going to be sharp as attack here. And here's where that goes. Oh, hello. I don't think you're supposed to be in here. Let us show you the way out. There you go. Now you're gone. Oh. Why is there boss music? You're just gonna have to dance a bit. This is just an ogre. Did they beef up the ogre? Oh good, that's exactly where I wanted you to stand. Welp. Okay, so it is a little bit tougher. I'll go ahead and... Excuse me. I came out a little quick. I don't think it's a regular ogre. I think it's got a few more extra hit points. It might be a leveled ogre, maybe. Like it's maybe 1 plus whatever level this is or something. Yeah, with an 88 crit that Wolfie landed, I think it would be a lot lower on hit points. Oop. That's okay. Everybody fumbles. 162, wow. 3 bludgeons. And a brazier that I need to light. A nice little bath. And... toilet, presumably? A very fancy toilet, I'm gonna presume. A padded toilet. You know, he could have just done a graphic for a toilet. You know what? So, have I mentioned how much I really don't like fantasy worlds that don't have indoor plumbing? And how, in my own writing, I've kind of made it a point to have indoor plumbing of some sort. You know, even if it's not as modern. Who are we missing? Nazar. Nazar, are you taking a bath? Because if you are, we don't want to accidentally step in and see something that we shouldn't. Hey, buddy, you want to come with us? We're ready to leave. Okay, it was a minor scene, but that works. Why am I so many... So I've got so many levels on top of everybody that kind of... I feel like that's going to make it harder to balance things. Alright, what am I working on? I'm working on getting Indomitable, so that when I inevitably bite off more than I can chew... Yes, chew off more than I can bite. When I get into trouble, I want to have that... I'm presuming that this will not prevent instant death. Just whenever I hit bleeding, so... Oh well, we'll see what's... regenerate hit points whenever you gain defense. Yeah, I kinda need more defense. I don't know what's coming up in this game, so I need to be able to tank it. Alright, where else do we need to go? Emerald Gate. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful wizard of Lukat. This gate seems strange. It is obviously sturdy and well decorated, but it seems as though it was hastily built, with the pleasantries added as an afterthought. Oh, by the way, while I was setting up, I had a problem. It was before I was set up, but I was setting up some things beforehand. My mouse finally decided to start doing the clicky thing again. Both of you remember when I was having that problem when Moose was doing Dead by Daylight? And I couldn't do anything because I couldn't hold down the mouse button. It happened again, so I was like, okay, it's time to swap out the mouse. So I do have a new Logitech mouse, nice and shiny, and I feel like I'm gonna have to buy another one as a backup, just to make sure that I have something as an emergency, or in case of emergency. Anyway, let's see what's behind the Emerald Gate. The pedestal is engraved with a large warning. It reads, "This labyrinth houses violence incarnate and is meant for no other." Well, that's a horse of a different color. Not really. We've been doing nothing but violence. So, I think we're good. Saluting to the well-lived computer mouse. I don't even know when I bought that. I could probably figure it out, but... Ebony Tower. Oh, God. Wait, we haven't been to Brimstone Lodge? Oh, right. This is what we wanted Borgnina for, wasn't it? Let's go ahead and swap greening out for Borgnina. Where are you? She's only level 16, but I think we'll be all right. All right. So, first, Nazar, let's go ahead and give you Trace. Borgnina. Let's go ahead and give you Wolfie's Staff. And then Wolfie, we're gonna give you Greetings Book. Oh yeah, I'm out of inventory space. Oh boy. Hold still, I need you to work my weapon. Do we have another Warhammer? We do. We do not have another Morgenstern. Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some sorting at some point. That, or I'm gonna have to get more bugbears. Let's see. Yeah, you're holding all that stuff. You're holding my boot collection. You're holding all the armor. Yeah. So much stuffs. I wonder if the developer realized how much of a hoarder people are in games. Okay. Make sure I have the party set up how I want it. I should probably switch the position of you guys. Okay. Hopefully, this will not be a complete disaster. If I'm remembering this level correctly. Actually, no, it wasn't this level. Where was it? Was it, no? Hang on. I gotta remember where this is now. It's not you. Was it Creepy Cabin? Oh, it was Creepy Cabin. Yeah, it was Creepy Cabin. Okay. Actually, I haven't done an alternate save in a while. So we'll go ahead and do that. A strange cabin sits here in a clearing. It almost seems as though the forest is afraid to grow too close to its walls. Yeah, this place. I remember this place. This is where Nazar got clobbered in my first playthrough. I was very upset. Just a cabin. Just a cabin. Just a cabin in the woods. Very nice looking cabin. We'll grant that. Really? Oh no, it wasn't just a cabin. Oh wait, no, maybe it was under there. Okay, hang on. Gotta turn on all the lights. A morbid book. There's a strange book. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do that chest. I'll do it later. There's a strange book sitting on the table here. It is bound in a thin, pale leather and carries a sharp odor. Shake it? Oh, wait. Borgnina, there's something wrong here. Give me a moment before you touch that thing. Borgnina reaches into her hood and plucks out a lock of her hair, laying it in a wreath around the bizarre book. She takes a moment to whisper a prayer. After a moment, the book begins to swell and blister. Upon the completion of Borgnina's prayer, it bursts into a column of ash. Nothing is left except for a jagged mess of black stone. You are fortunate I was here. It would have been very bad if you had opened that book. It has been taken care of, however. Shall we move on? Huh. Did we just avoid a fight? Huh. I must be remembering a different area. I don't even remember if I was down here. Yeah, okay, well. I don't know what to make of it now. Hang on, I gotta take my meds. No. You can reload, try that place without Borgnina. No, I'm good. I'm pretty sure that was the correct way to do this. Hang on, I need to grab another water. I'm pretty certain that bad things would have happened. Very bad things. Adjust my mic a little bit. Here's the problem, though. We have not secured the area, so... Now what? Yeah, we don't see too many of those. Okay. This may not have been where Nazar got clobbered. I don't remember where that was now. And that's going to concern me. Either way, we don't strictly need a piece of toad obsidian. So, not sure that was worth it. Yeah, is there... Now the question is there anything beyond that? I hope not. Because I'm not gonna know. Okay, I think we can put Borgonina back. I honestly expected her to, We don't need it, we can just sell it. Borgonina, how about you give... Give Wolfie back his stick. Greening, take this. No, maybe I should have Borgnine along. She does need to level up. She left her gems at the Abbey? Yeah? I mean, they're still there. I don't think I can grab them. What else we got going around here? I wish I could remember that place. Maybe that was it. Anyway, Brimstone Lodge. There is a cloud of steam hanging heavy around this place, and the wet air carries an eerie odor. Okay. This is twice now that the game has thrown instant combat at us. No, because the fight started instantaneously, we didn't get music. Oh. Okay. Borgonina got a little bit singed. Oh, you're too... The wall's blocking, damn it. Hey, Corgi. Welcome in. We are gonna bastard some bonds. You don't know why we're at the bank? Are we at a bank? I don't think this is a bank. But hey, Corgi, welcome in. How you doing today? I'm just gonna defend. There's a person down there wielding a Hey! Stop hitting Borgnina with magic. It's very rude. Wow, you're evasive, aren't you? Do you have enough... Let me see something here. 5 is not that much. Doing some anxiety dressing before your interview tomorrow. Oh, well, I hope your interview goes well. You deserve to have nice things, Corgi. Just remember that. A footlocker, which contains a plank shield. Hopefully. You got it. You'll do fine, Corgi. I have faith in you. A soggy sandwich. Hey, Borgnina, you look a little hungry. Have an egg salad sandwich. A worn knife. I remember this area being a little bit fiddly. Can't be that bad. You've been going over stuff with your wife all night. Yeah. I recently had a job interview as well. And it was definitely one of those things that I was nervous about, for sure. But... Oh, excuse me. You know, go over your resume, make sure that it's looking how you want it to. For me, the challenge is kind of like remembering what my skills and abilities are. So if you've got that, you should be fine. And remember, it's just as much you making sure that the job is a good fit for you, or I should say, let me put it this way. It's as much you making sure that they're a good fit for you as it is them making sure you're a good fit for them. So, you know, don't be afraid to ask them questions too, just to make sure that that you seem invested in the job, and yeah, when you can ask questions and really get information. Yeah. Because you might, on paper, like the job may have been, you know, kind of what you're looking for. You might get there and talk to the recruiter, and you might discover that, oh, okay, this is the job itself is actually going to cut out my ability to, you know, have work-life balance, or it's not going to be quite the exchange that I thought it would be, or the compensation is not there, or there's something that doesn't seem like it adds up, or something like that. So it's, you know, you'll have that opportunity to ask questions and just make sure everything's a good fit, because you want to make sure that it's a positive forward direction to move. But I have every hope for you, Corgi. I'm hoping that everything is positive and well when you go in for your interview, and that it turns out to be positive whichever direction it goes. Because I did have, like, in my interview, I had to do a test, basically a case study for analytics, and I did not have the skills necessary to do it in the time period that I thought I had. I actually had more time to work on it than I actually did, but I could tell just based on how difficult, like how hard of a time I had summoning those skills that I didn't feel practiced enough to actually feel confident working that position. And that was fine. I actually talked with the recruiter afterwards on like what skills I should probably focus on, and she had looked over my stuff, and for my lack of experience, I actually did pretty good. In fact, I did better than a lot of people did. But I still didn't have what they were looking for. We both had agreed there. And that's fine, because that means that I had an opportunity to learn if this was a position that I did want to pursue. I could see what I wanted to do next. So it turned into a sort of a soft note. It was you may not be a fit for this role at this time, but if you work on these skills using the website, because my company has a website where we can basically do free skilling, and I can take online courses using our company website. So I can get the skills that I need from them. It's just that I don't have them right now. But I have like enough of the basics that I could go in that direction if I wanted to. I just need to find the bandwidth to actually learn. And you may find that too. You may find this is you interview well, you discover, well, I'm not quite ready for this role, but I could be, and that's fine too. Because we're always learning, we're always leveling up. My philosophy is the day that you stop learning is the day that you've probably stopped breathing, so just keep breathing. Hello, friend. You're a bugbear, aren't you? You're also naked. You are very naked. Oh, it's a naked bugbear friend. I don't want to kill the naked bugbear friend. That said, we probably can't have him in the party because he is kind of naked there. Wow, too far away for a blast. Okay. Alright, I guess I'm the only one hitting him. Okay, we're gonna wait. He's in the shower room. He is in the shower room. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this looked like a lot of water. So yeah, they probably interrupted a bath. Ah. Okay. Stop it. Look, you're naked and you're bleeding. You should probably stop attacking us now. We're gonna have to kill him, I think. He's not hesitating. Okay, that hurt. Oh well. More new friends. It's like, can we get through the door, please? All right. Knew that was gonna happen. A Gorgon, a Djinn, or Jinn, a Banshee. Let's just go and defend. Let's see what they do. Really? Okay. This is going to be a little awkward. This is where greening would have been a little bit better. Wolfie has good ward, though, so he might be okay. We'll have to be careful, though. I don't know how strong they are. They're all in their own stalls. Kind of. Do this. Oh, you're an attacker. Hey! That was mean! What the heck? I think Wolfie is not visible. I mean, that's fine that I got attacked instead, but yeah. What the heck? Oh, that's why there's no line of sight. Okay. This is fine. I'm gonna go ahead and heal us. Okay. Let's have you... Well, actually, you're fine there. Ah. Hey! That works. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do much until I can move. Well, I guess Wolfie can serve as an off-ward. Let's go ahead and have you do your turn. Oh, that works. Yep, okay. Wolfie. Come stand here. Okay. That works. Oh, you're all the way over there? Okay, well. He's very bloody. Poor dude needs a shower. Well, that happens when your head has been ripped off. Look at the guy. He's holding his head in his hands. So yeah, I'd say he needs to clean up a little bit. Wolfie, can you reach him? You cannot. Alright, well, let's see if we trigger more enemies. Okay. Knew that was gonna happen. Okay. That's just a thrall, it's fine. Still too far away. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hey, Jay Johnson, welcome in. How you doing today? Are we feeling puffy today? So, a little bit of background. That emote that Jay Johnson used is from Hungry Gorilla's channel. And that is a little chipmunk that is fairly tame. And she calls it Mr. Puffy. So much for using that new Head and Shoulders shampoo. Yeah, I don't think that would have worked out so well, C79. I think it would have been just Shoulders shampoo. Where are all the enemies? You're over there. You're up there. There's a whole bunch of stuff up here that I get to deal with. You're about to do something in old school RuneScape, so that'll take most of your attention for about 30 minutes. Well, that's fine. I hope you have a good time. I've never played RuneScape before. I know that it's a big deal to a lot of people. It was never my thing. I never got a chance to participate. Yeah, there's lots of stuff that I haven't done. For example, would you believe that I've never played World of Warcraft despite my identity as an orc? I kind of missed that boat because around the time that it came out, they needed a subscription, and I didn't have a job. I didn't have any way of doing a subscription. So, yeah, I just missed that boat. And by the time I had a job, well, the boat had that ship had sailed. So it's worth a try. Can you be an orc? That is always going to be my question when I want to play a game. The first thing I ask, can I be an orc? You also never played World of Warcraft? Okay. Well, then we'll both be in the we've never played World of Warcraft. Hey! I'll do that right back. You're the only one who can be seen. Let's go ahead and be in the way here. Pretty much for the same reason, mostly subscription. You're stuck as a human, but in the modern version of the game you can get some cool cosmetic stuff, so there might be something orcish. Yay! That wasn't even a lot of damage and it blew up. Okay, I think we're good here. Oh. I didn't realize Borgonina could do that. Thanks. I was trying to defend and I clicked the wrong person. But yeah, I would really rather just be human, or I would rather just be orcish at the outset rather than have to go through a whole bunch of shenanigans. Or at their very least, have a confirmation and then have a set path to get there. Maybe someday I'll give it a try, but there's so many other games. Heck, if I need an MMO, I've got ESO that I still haven't finished because they keep adding a whole bunch of content, and I kind of dropped out after a bit. Which is weird. Oh, goody. Well, that takes care of that. Okay, now that we've pissed off a whole bunch of people. You ran up all this way to say hi. You realize we're going to kill you now, right? You've been playing it for 20 years. You'd be down to show me the ropes if I ever tried. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll have to reach out and let you know if I do something like that. Like that boon on Wolfie. Oh, the one Borgnina did by accident. That would be Grace, which improves hit percent. I'm just gonna defend, because it's a succubus and it gives unsettled, so it's probably got allure. Allure. I'm pronouncing that wrong. Like, I know I am. That's not a problem anymore. Woo, rip it apart, Wolfie. Why did you stand by? What was the point of that? It still shoots even on an... yes! As long as you actually strike, the effect will continue. Because that's not... it's not the bow shooting multiple times. It's basically the arrow strikes and then just keeps digging deeper. At least that's how I envision it, based on the damage that keeps building up, and that it's called rack. Like, it's racking pain, so it's like digging into you and twisting around. That's just how I imagine it. Hey, we finally defeated them! Until we take one more step, and then... okay. I wasn't sure if that would actually do that, but it did. Well, you're an excited-looking gentleman, aren't you? We should probably do something about that. You're too far away to hit with an arrow. By the way, exclamation point BB if you need to be reminded that this is an 18+ game with mature themes, including nudity and sexual content. And a whole bunch of thralls. Just bring them. Oh no, watch out. They have a bucket! Yeah. That bucket is gonna be dangerous. Do you know how much damage a bucket can do? Really? Anything else want to try their luck? Inside the satchel is a normal key and a hedge rod. How nice. Hello, friend. How do I want to do this? Let's put you over here. You can come here, you can come here, and you... It warded it! Somehow it didn't ward mine. Okay. Really? Oh, hey, it's another one of those guys. Let's do this way. We're gonna have to give it a minute. Okay, I see. Okay. Are we done with that nonsense? I'm gonna steal your crisp lager and nobody else needs it, so I'm gonna take a drink. I think, yes. Refreshing. Now, what is this? Oh, it's a hookah. Which has a wine tincture. Cool. And that's it. Chairs, statues, nothing else. A locked door. Hello, what are you? Ow! I'm too low in the initiative. Can you? You cannot. Alright. Jeez! Oh good. I needed the heal. obsidian. How nice. Is this a chest? It is a footlocker which contains a pair of fuzzy boots. Oh, I can't. But I want to light the fires. How rude. We are carrying too much. Yeah, I guess I can't light these. Oh well, it's fine. It's almost like this is supposed to be a refrigerator, but I don't know. Whoop. Hello, new friend. You appear to be on fire. Now, please do not share. Okay, you're getting a little annoying there. What are you called again? An ignigon. I don't think he can reach with his bow. He cannot. I can't carry anymore. Oh, this is the heat room. Okay, so there's a refrigerator and then there's an oven. Cool. Oh, I don't want to go over there yet. Too late. They're gonna make me. Okay. Fine. Let us manipulate you into a position where we don't have to trigger everything at once. Good job, lady. Seriously? That works. Okay, now can we come in through here? Fiery imps and a fiery guy. Ooh, you're a big winged guy. Oops. Welp. Jeez. Borgnina getting the crits in now. Wasn't there another imp? There you are. And too far away for the bow. Nope, still too far away. Well, since you defended, a Baylor. Actually, I should have moved up instead. That's my bad. Because now Nazar can't do anything. More obsidian. I can't carry this. What is this? Silk culottes. Where would I put this? Well, let's do that. Drop you. Okay, there doesn't seem to be anything else in this room. Time to trigger everything in this other room. Hello? 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 Oh, you're too far away. It's Andy Freet. Fine. Fine. Oh, bother. Take a blast anyway. One, two, three, four, five. Stop being rude. Oops, Borgnina, no, I thought it was my turn. Here, we'll have Borgnina heal you real quick. I don't know why I did that, it's crap damage. I knew you guys were around here somewhere. A draconian. What kind of obsidian is this? Okay, well those match, so I guess I'll take it. Anybody else? Hello? No? Nobody else? Okay, cool. Well, oh, it's a clay golem, okay. I think that's the model that I used for mine. It's always fun. A hot clay golem. Yes. Somebody decided to mold him out of clay and did a nice job. Welcome in, Drusifor. How you doing today? Alas, this clay golem is probably got it in for us. Orders to obey and whatnot, so alas, we cannot preserve this fine specimen. What if they can even hesitate? I don't know if they can or not. I should defend. Hello? Hello? What are you? A red gargoyle? Well, you're not a caster. Yeah, okay, you're a gargoyle. Cool. Nazara, what's with the missing lately? Let's fix that, shall we? That fixed it. And that was all the enemies. What do we got over here? It is a dry turkey. Nom nom. Goodbye, hot gargoyle. Hot gargoyle. That's harder to say than one would think. It would help if I slowed down when I tried to enunciate. A normal key and a torch. I don't think we need a torch. Oh, there's another chest over here. And inside contained a battered blade. Well, it's going to get more use than a plank shield, because the plank shield is just going to be discarded right away. And that's it. We are back at the entrance. Cool. Well, that was fun. Okay, Borgonina is catching up. Thanksgiving leftover foods? Yeah, pretty much. By the way, it is Tuesday, so 275. Is that what I had? If there is a certain amount of extra that you'll get for being a daredevil, but it does seem to be have a diminishing returns kind of thing on it. But I still go for it anyway, just out of habit. You probably don't want to eat any more of your Thanksgiving leftovers if you still have any, because Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, today's Tuesday. That's 5 days. That's kind of pushing it. No. Don't want to make yourself sick. Actually, hold on. Yeah. We're just gonna focus on fighting. And Borgonina, we were just working on Blast, if I recall. I don't think we wanted to do anything else with her, did we? Yeah, just Blast. Alright. Let's return to the stronghold and figure out what to do with the inventory situation. Right. About our inventory. I can't access the things from here. Alright. We do have another battered blade, so we can take care of that. Glittering obsidian. We'll just stick these over here for now. Do we have another worn knife? No, so this one's just gonna get sold. There. Broadsword. Claymore. Brad Cat. Darn. Okay, we freed up a few inventory spots at least. Okay, I think it's time that I did something with these rings. Everybody has... Okay, so maybe that only took 20 minutes easy. Well, I hope whatever it was that you were doing was fun. But welcome back. I think I need to do something with some of these rings and some of these gems. So we're gonna make a sapphire ring. Where are you? There you are. We're gonna make a diamond ring. And that should do it for now. We can take this glittering obsidian. Do something with that. And sell it. Basically, you had to fight through 62 waves of enemies. Then after that, there's a boss you had to fight, which involves choosing the right protection prayer or risk getting killed in one shot. Ah. And I take it that you were able to successfully remember it. I'm going to go ahead and sell a couple of these. Get rid of a hat. So many things. I'm gonna put Val's bond up here. I don't want to lose it. Okay. We've got this warm obsidian. Bizarre. We've got a hedge rod. Can't do anything with it. A wine tincture, which we're gonna sell because it's overflow. And Wolfie, where are you? There you are. You're carrying some silk culottes, which I think we're gonna sell, and some fuzzy boots, which we're also gonna sell. We'll take this warm obsidian and put you in there, make a leg. Sell the leg. Alright. Who do we still need to bond with? Zetgraf and Lars. We'll bring them in later. I don't feel like switching people up right now because I want to try and progress in the areas themselves. We've got a Crossroads Memorial, we've got a Jade Aqueduct, we've got the Ebony Tower. Fine. So as a fair warning, I may have to reload for this, because it is time-based, and I don't remember the way. Actually, no. I'm sorry. I just hate the Ebony Tower so much, I'm just gonna go somewhere else. I really hate it. I really, really hate it. I'll deal with it later. I might do that one off stream, to be honest. I'm not, well, I might route it off stream and then come back to it when I know what I'm doing. I'll have to look at some of my old footage and figure it out. Jade Aqueduct. Water still flows through this section of aqueduct, a testament to its solid workmanship. Of course, who knows what else might be taking advantage of it. New friends, perhaps? Ah! I was about to say, this is a remarkably quiet place compared to everywhere else we've been today. No, never mind. Jeez. I just realized Borgnina is actually a pretty heavy blaster at this point. Wolfie has a better chance to crit, but Borgnina has a better chance to do damage. Also, Wolfie's going to be more resistant and in general. I should say more versatile. He can do some warding defense if it's necessary. Lever. This lever is cold to the touch. Would you like to pull it? I don't know what I just did, but I'm sure it was important. Oh. It unlatched the door. Cool. See, I knew it was important. Oh. Oh. Did I? Hang on. Do I need to? No, that's the direction I came from. I'm sure this is fine. Huh. Yeah, sorry, Juiciform. And thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, it's... it might be a little bit outdated. Because we do have... Like, we have managed to fill all of the roles that we need, so really anybody else who joins can just be whatever they want. Am I missing something? Guys, can we get out of the way for a second? I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, I am missing something. I'm missing how to get through this. Hold on, guys. Wait, what'd you notice, Nazar? There's a strange cold air about this spot. You're almost certain that there is something here, but you can't see or feel it. There may be an enchantment at work. Would you like to try casting a disenchantment spell? I don't think any of us can cast that right now. We gotta bring in somebody who is an expert weaver. That's going to be either Reppin or Vankin. We'll probably grab Vankin, or grab Reppin. I tried to combine the names in my head and it didn't work. I ended up with Venkin. Anything in here before? No, okay. Alright. Alright. Hang on. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You were just curious. Thanks for clarifying. No worries. Wolfie, well, please stop dancing over. Thank you for joining us. We're gonna exit now. We'll be back. What, you like to dance? That's fair, but I don't know if dancing in an aqueduct is really the best idea. Okay. So we will swap Borgnina out for Reppin. Now, Reppin is not equipped. Oh, he is equipped. Okay, never mind. We're good to go. Oh, I wonder if Reppin saw the clip that I made. Because he didn't get a chance to see the Bond scene, so I went ahead and I made a clip of it. I'll have to ask him if he pops in today. And if not, then I'll just have to ask him on Discord. Dancing to songs from Wicked. I have that book floating around somewhere. God, I got that so long ago. I was living in Indianapolis back then. It does answer the one question, though. What am I doing? No, that's not the question that that I answered. Although that is a question that does need an answer. No, if the Wicked Witch of the West is allergic to water, then how does she get clean? And it turns out, I think she uses, was it coconut milk or coconut oil? I can't remember. Okay. Reppin, could you have a look at this, please? Best of 3. There you go. The brazier has been revealed. The strange air around it is still present, but it feels like it has moved to a different part of the room. Sweet. Uh-oh! Never mind, it was fine. We're fine. Nothing's wrong. Thanks, Nazar. I'm like trying to panic here, and Nazar's like, I got this. Pew, 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 pew. Nah. Bronze statues? Okay. No. Okay, good. Thought I didn't hit shift in time. I thought that that was going to be a safe action, which doesn't need to be done. Acrolith. Okay. Cool. I probably want to stay here. Come and get me! Yes. Bad place for Nazar. Bad place for Reppin as well, apparently. Reppin, just chill out for a bit, I guess. Ah. Oh, really? We cannot communicate with this creature, so it flees. Interesting. I did not know statues would hesitate. Oh, that's an exit door. Okay, we don't want to exit yet. Let's not have this particular battle order here. Oh, hello. Oh, a goblin. Oh, it's a troglodyte. Ah! I was trying to defend. Well. I'm pretty certain it didn't have anywhere near that amount of hit points. So, interesting function of rack that I just learned. It doesn't matter how many hit points that it has left, it will keep doing damage until a guard occurs. And then, all the damage is applied, and then it's probably dead. So for anyone wondering, Nazar is currently equipped with the Trace, which does not improve your damage, but it has the effect Rack, which will, after you do the damage, it will do another hit at half power, and then another hit for half of that power, and another hit for half of that power, and it will keep doing that until the attack is blocked. So eventually it becomes low enough that it becomes like a decimal, it just automatically blocks. Oh, hello. Another friend. Okay, Nazar, go here. Wolfie, I guess you can go here, because I'm in the way. Yeah, they tend to not survive that. We have not cleared this. Why? Cabinet. This cabinet is full of papers and blueprints. Okay, cool. That's it. What am I missing? What am I missing? Winter Storm Watch, huh? Oh, this thing dropped an Elixir Vitae and I didn't even see it. Do I need to hit the lever again? Or is there something else? No, the lever is no longer interactable. What am I missing? Okay. Do you think there's anything to find here? I'd like to know that myself. This place isn't that charming. Did you open that stone chest back there? I thought it was already open? Yeah, it doesn't seem to have any kind of interact thing on it, but I'll double check. Yeah, it doesn't have an interact on it. It's just there. With those pillars. Let me go and review. Not seeing a stone chest in this pillar room. I see rocks. I see more rocks. This doesn't appear to be a stone chest, if that's what you meant. Is this what you meant, C79? Oh, near the beginning. Okay. Alright, so just to kind of review. So this is at the exit. I can't progress through that. That room is clear. I don't know what the columns are about, but... Lower right side of the map. Oh, is that a stone chest? It is a stone. Oh, it's a stone box. With some effort, you push the lid off of the box. Okay. That's why there was a trap. Gonna say I'll protect you, Wolfie, but you're actually pretty good at warding yourself, so kind of blends in with the background. Yeah, it does. You know what? We're just gonna do one of those numbers. Yeah, you can't heal. There we go. I think I'll eat this sandwich before we go. That's that. Thank you, C79. Yeah, I kind of missed that. Balls did not see it. Whoops, did not mean to bump that, sorry. Wolfie. I think we wanted a little bit of ward on you because we're trying to get to conversion. So, we won't get it that way. We will that way. Okay, so healing aura is improved. Whenever you fully ward a spell, you regenerate hit points. Alright. So that's going to be enough ward for you. I think that's as far as we want to go. I think. Your healing aura now purges all curses from adjacent allies. Which, that's going to be a lot of effort to get to. I think we want you to blow things up more. So, moving forward, we'll just focus on Blast. You are our expert weaver. So we will just focus on that. Alright. And that opens up the Crumbling Gate and Emmett Manor. I'm assuming we don't need a Reppin at the moment, so we'll go ahead and swap. Who do I want in? I think I have enough Van Braces so I can sell that. Put you here, and your overflow. Let's see. We had Borgonina. Which could use another level. And I believe she is still equipped. Yes, she's still equipped. Alright. We'll check out the Crumbling Gate real quick. This gate is certainly shut, but it almost seems as though opening it could bring the whole place down. Tread carefully here. We'll just turn on the lights. The pedestal is engraved with an unrecognizable script. There is one part you can read at the very top. It reads, "Only a heartless killer would dare step forward." This manor house is surprisingly well preserved, as though it has been frozen in time. Strangely, it doesn't appear as though anybody is living here. Huh. Oh, a rock. A jagged rock. There's a rock against the side of the manor here. Hey, you! Forgive me for noticing, but you're looking to get inside, right? Name's Peregrine, and I'm a burglar. A good one. I planned to loot this place myself, but I got a weird vibe, and I thought better of it. You look like you can handle yourself, though, so I tell you what, let's team up. I'll get you in, and you back me up. We'll split the take, aye? Sure. And hey, Peregrine is a potential party member. I need to not screw this up. Well, how about it? Ready to break in? Wait, do we need him in the actual party? Perfect. I'll break in through the upper level and then open the door from the inside. Won't be a hot minute. This place is practically begging to be robbed. There's the front door, but there must be something that unlocks it nearby. Ah, now that looks promising. Uh-oh. What's this? Someone come to my home without so much as introducing himself? How uncultured. Still, it's been a very long time since I've had a decent conversation. I suppose you'll have to do. Come, entertain me. Uh-oh! I think we've lost our new buddy. Time to make new friends. Nazar, go here. Wolfie here. You go here. And I will go here. No goody. Too far away. Jeez. Pretty easy. Well, whatever this thing is, we can't activate it again. Guess we'll find out where he ended up, eventually. Okay, there's gonna be a door around here somewhere that I'm having trouble okay, it's right there. Gotta turn on all the lights. Yes, Borgnina, that is a lantern. Oh, bookshelf. There's a book here that seems out of place, as though it's been stuffed into the shelf quickly. Okay. Oh look, more porn. We know where that goes. Got any other porn on your shelf? No? Okay. That's fine. Oop. Zombies. Oh boy, delightful fun. Really? Bah! Bah! Nah. Oh, more friends. You're gonna be a caster. Alright. Bah. And that is that. Anything in this room besides dead people? No. Not even furniture. Boy, what a boring room. One might even say it was dead in there. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, it was terrible. I'm sorry. Oh, it just automatically takes me to the next room. Okay, cool. I wasn't ready to go, but thank you for that. Okay. Cool. There's a key on the top of this end table. It is a precious key. Ooh, my own, my precious. Fancy bathroom? Oh, it's an Oni, I think, probably. Let's do one of these numbers. Hey! Are you kidding me? You think you're so smart using the same tactics as we do, huh? They're not so smart anymore, are you? Beast obsidian, which we do not need. What is this? Like an armor stand or something almost. I don't know. Okay, I should have knocked first. I'm sorry. One, two. Ah. Jeez. That was very rude. Which is fair. I was very rude to just open the door without knocking. Oops. Hello. Am I interrupting something? There's not a whole lot of room in here. Nosferatu, huh? Oh, okay. Thanks, Borganina. Pretty much. Just like, oh, it's a Nosferatu. Goodbye. A plush vest. Warding 20, evasion 10. Warding 30. Yeah, okay, we'll just leave you with what you got. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a lantern that I have not lit. There are 2 lanterns I have not lit. Oh, that's what that is. It's one of those, only angled the other way. Got it. Anyway, the lanterns are lit. My journey is complete. Or my mission is complete. I don't know. I did the thing. Ooh, more lights. I'll go in these rooms now. I'll go in there now. Oh. I'll go in there later after I decide if I really want to use a key on it. This requires a rare key, At least I have plenty. Well, I have 2 of those. I wouldn't call that plenty. Let's explore a little bit more in case we find more keys. Mostly we just find more lanterns to light because I just like lighting all the lanterns. Oh! Hello. It's very cute that you all think you're going to be able to do something. Even with my defense down, it only does 1 damage. There's a key on top of this end table. There's the rare key. I had a feeling that was how that was going to work. Borgnine, you might want to step back. Hello? Hello? There's a place setting. Oh, hello. What do we got? Raspberry tea and wine tincture. Oh, tea and wine. What else do we got? We got a Monte Cristo sandwich. Anything else? Guys, come over here, please. Hang on. As well as some creamy chowder. I haven't had good clam chowder in a long time. And a grilled ribeye. Ooh. Some juicy meat to enjoy. That reminds me, I've got a couple ribeye steaks that I need to thaw at some point and get eaten. You know, I'm a little hungry. I should probably eat something. This raspberry tea looks pretty good. I shall have some raspberry tea. Hello, friends. Put the heathens to rout. That's our Borgonina. Wait, really? Oh, because you're... yeah. Well, aren't you just a fun little defender? Wow, you're still alive? Ha! Take that. We found a normal key and a Luxic lens. Handy. Let's see what's in here. Oh, hey! You're in here! Everything okay, buddy? He's still here! Look out! Oh, but it's far too late for warning, sweet Peregrine. Your friends are already here. A Rakshasa? Okay. I must say, I find you all rather dull. Peregrine, though, oh, look at how your eyes sparkle with hate. Hate for me! Exquisite. Such things I will do with you. I will brew within you a hatred so distilled, so pure, my loins ache at the very thought. Okay. You there, dullard. I trust your small ambitions will be satisfied with coin. Take 5,000 gold and leave. I will be keeping Peregrine, of course. No? Oh, really? Perhaps you aren't as dull as you seem. He snaps his finger and the air goes taut. I will forge a glorious symphony of your pain and blood. Oh no, recoil! Okay, recoil I'm not worried about, actually. I was like, recoil, oh no, I'll lose my stuff. No, that's disarm. I don't remember what recoil does, but I'm not terribly worried about it right now. Oh, good. They eat things. Let's defend, shall we? Oh, now you disarm! You're annoying. You need to die. Darn. Really, this is a bad time to miss, Wolfie. Oh, it has a lure on it. Give me that. Where's my spear? Not that I technically need it, because I'm not going to be attacking, but... Ah, it's way over there! It's fine. Trying your best. I know, Wolfie. Those are my boots, damn it! You threw them over there. That's not where they belong. They belong on my feet. Borgnina, we really don't need misses right now. Could one of you thralls hand me my boots, please? There. Better put my boots back on. Nice blast. I would like my spear back. There, give me that. Can't carry anymore. Something over here, though. What are you? Oh, look, a golden something or other. Oh. Hang on. 70, 50, 40. Here, have a sandwich. I'm not going to worry about the obsidian. That's not who I want to have conversing. You saved my life! Thank you. You keep anything you find in here, alright? I'm just happy to be able to walk away from it. No wonder this place was giving me the creeps. You sat him down good, though. I'd have joined in, but he did something to me, and my whole body is so numb I can barely even stand up. I felt something snap when you killed him, though, and the feeling is starting to come back. I'm sure I'll be good in a minute or two. Well, why don't you come with us? Impressed with my burgling, huh? I told you I was good. Honestly, I could do with someone watching my back on a more long-term basis. Welcome to the team. We're going to get in all sorts of trouble, aren't we? I can hardly wait. Yay! We have a new party member from the game itself. That means off stream I'm probably gonna have to grind more love potions and get ready to do more stuff with him. Anyway. Lantern. Let's see, what do we got here? We got a chest. We have a... what are you? Ooh, you look like you've got blood. That doesn't look nice. That looks rather unnice. Alright, chest. Chest. A war sickle. Sure, let's go with that. Anything else? No, just the beast obsidian, which I'm not too worried about. We're not cleared. Huh. What did I miss? I think the only way to clear this is to have Peregrine as your rescuer. Oh, that's weird. Oh well. Seems like a bit of an oversight. There is... oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, if there's more map that he has access to, which I kind of figured since he was walking around a bunch of different places. I figured that there would be something going on there. I just didn't know if that was something I could access. But if he's the only one that can access it, now my question is, if I bring him into the party, will we be able to access it? So even though he's not my rescuer, like, are we still able to go there with him anyway? Let me get him some armor first, though. What we're actually gonna do, as soon as I stop mind blanking, where is... there needs to be a better way to sort this, I swear. Let's give you the bow. Nazar can have his scythe back. Armor. Wear this for now, I guess. And a lucky ring. Getting sleepy? Alright, Wolf, no problem. I hope you have a good night. I hope you have a good night's sleep. And I hope you have lots of pleasant dreams. And we will catch you later. You have a good one. My eyes are itchy because I've got my glasses on. And today's one of my more blurry days for some reason. But yeah, nighty night, Wolf. Alright, let's go back in and see if he does anything. What is his... Oh boy, he is evenly... Oh, okay. Evenly done between hunt, dodge, and thwart. I don't know that that's what I want him to be. Oops. If you can select that rock again, that's where it starts. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go find out. I can see where this might not happen, though. No, we cannot. Alright. So, if he's not your rescuer, you cannot clear this area. Ah, well. Good to know, though. Alright, we're gonna park him for now. Because he's gonna need a respec. His attributes, even though that's... where he has, everything kind of fits, but I don't really like him having either attack or utility. Since he's chaotic, we basically need to strip that utility out. It's not doing him any good there. So he's probably going to be a hunter. He's gonna rip things apart like Lars does. In fact, let's go ahead and bring Lars in the party. That means we're gonna have to swap somebody out, though. Wrong button. Okay, so if he's chaotic, we need somebody else who's chaotic. Let's bring in Lars, and then I need somebody who's neutral, so we're gonna bring in Val. Now, you know way more about the mechanics of the game than you did when you played it. There's still a lot about the game that I don't know. A lot of stuff I kind of figured out as I went. This is not my first playthrough, but I have not beaten this yet. C79 seems to know a lot more about the general run of the game. Although apparently I do things that surprise C79 as well. But yeah. So what I'm doing when I form my party is I'm trying to get camaraderie across the whole party. So my character is neutral. You're learning new stuff too. Well, I'm glad you're learning some things. You beat it, but you beat it by brute force. Well, hey, the key thing is that you beat it. Like, this is my third try, and in my first two tries, I just never beat it. It just never happened. So you're doing better than me already. Wait, what am I doing with Peregrine? I don't want him in the party. I do want Lars in the party. He's chaotic. I need somebody to synergize with him. That's going to be Grin. Okay. You're just looking out to see who else we have. Yeah, I want Val in the party. Let's go here. We need... Lars has equipped with Trace. We need Grin. Grin, what do we want to give you? Let's give you the Fireball book. Where's the Fireball book? Who has it? Wolfie has it. Oh, forgot about this. Antique Chalice. And see, look! Look! Okay, no, that's not an ornamental chalice, so I don't care about it, actually. But no, we've got Hourglass Plate. Well, it says Artifact, I don't know. We even tried respecking Borgnina to be a caster, and she's pretty powerful. Yeah, Borgnina, because of her Luxa line, she's proving to be a very powerful caster. So a little bit of Hunt and a little bit of Ward, and then just focus on Blast, and as long as we keep her out of direct combat, she's just ripping things up. Grid and Wolfie are also largely focused blasters. They've got a little bit more Ward and or Hunt, but they're still ripping things apart as well, as we'll probably see. Let's see, who did I bring? Val. Val is just ready to go at any time because of the armaments that we gave her. Oh, you know, I've got a whole bunch of things that I need to throw in here. You need to go in here, you need to go in here. Can we do anything with the War Sickle? No, we cannot. We'll take care of the porn in a sec. Plush vest. I think I've got some. No, we're actually going to switch that for that. And Czar. We're going to keep the Luxic Lens. We got 3 of the things? Maybe I don't need to keep this. I might actually sell it. Eh. Do I need 3 Luxic lenses? Like, I could put it in a stick and make a fancy magic stick. I have to think about that. I don't have enough sticks yet. I need to make 1 more destroyed stick, I think. I don't have any destroyed sticks yet. I wrote down what the soul for that was. What is it called? Mountain soul. Yeah, we haven't gotten any of those yet. We just haven't getting enough. We haven't been getting enough sticks. So I probably got to do a merchant here. Let me check something here. Yeah, we're gonna bring a merchant in. I need to start buying stuff. We have 3 more slots available for our group. Well, now 2. So I'm gonna have to be careful with new people. Might have to find a bigger place if I don't watch it. Or do some off-level grinding to level up the bugbears. I haven't done that in a while. Anyway. So we've got Val is good. Not Peregrine. Oh my god. This... Okay, Lars is good. And then Grin. Grin is good. Alright, that's what I wanted to double check. Where is the tomb house? Hi, we're here with your annual magazine subscription. Here is your delivery of the porns. Nope, hold on. Here's your delivery of your porn subscription. Thank you for your patronage. Have a nice day. Enjoy your porn. Bye. Okay. So we're done in the manor. We're not doing Ebony Tower because we hate it. Have I opened anything? I still gotta do this stuff. Alright. We'll do Crossroads Memorial. Actually, I'll go ahead and do a secondary save as well. Well, I'll do all slots. There. There is some kind of shrine or memorial at the center of a crossroads here. It looks long neglected, but still serves as a prominent landmark. Oh, it's raining. How lovely. A weathered statue. There's a plaque, which is still legible. In memory of our beloved hero, Maxim Spartil. Okay. Yay. Anything else? That it? Okay, cool. This, I guess, just serves to unlock new areas. Let's figure out in what directions we can go now. We can go to the Forfshire Overwatch, which apparently I was already there. Highland Pass, Lakeside Road. Okay. A pass running through a narrow valley. There appear to be multiple routes, and the area is ripe for an ambush. Oh boy, I love ambushes. It's my favorite. Oh. Did I take my other pills? I did take my other pills. Okay, now I gotta take my other thing. Hang on. This is why I needed to get water. It's also my reminder to hydrate, since I need to drink a whole bunch of water. I think I swallowed too hard, though. My esophagus ended up hurting. Oh boy. What's going to pop up and surprise us? What's gonna pop out and surprise us? Expected in combat. No big growly things. Ah, run away! I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure whatever it is just wants belly scritches. Yeah, seems safe. Shoot. I forgot Lars has fleet. It's gonna be a little bit difficult to... Yeah, I can't just move him and be done. Okay, defend. You can go here. Okay, more growly things. And she can tank, so we'll both kind of be on the front line here. You're not close enough. Alright. One of us needs to be standing here. Is that close enough? It is not. Dang it! That's not good. Okay, 5 damage. I'm not worried about it. Oops. No. More friends. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brilliant. Okay, I should probably stop doing that. Nah. Ugh. Are we done with all the growlies? Okay. Now, if they hadn't been quite so aggressive, I'm sure we could have provided them with some belly rubs. We completely missed an area, didn't we? What's this say? Beware of falling rocks. Okay. Well, nothing's fallen down and hit us yet. Yeah. It seems safe. Hey, what do we got in here? A grilled ribeye. Well, that's that. Away we go. Really? No level up? Fine. Yay, somebody bought our silk underwear. Well, culottes are not technically underwear. A cave bunker and a forsaken hideaway. Oh, we can claim this as a stronghold. Supports 30, band of 24. What are we in right now? Supports 30 fair. Yeah, that would be a downgrade. An old, sprawling dungeon with some signs of recent activity. Maybe something useful could be found inside. Ooh, okay. There's a switch. Oh. I wasn't sure I wanted to open that yet, but okay. It's open now. Oh, there's a door. Alright, we'll go this way, fine. I'll check. Nah, I don't want to do that. I'm going to start down here and work my way up. Well, you look like you're not very nice. None of you look friendly either. More friends. Where's the last one? Is it over here? Where is it? I don't know where it is. I don't know where the enemy is. He has the option to move there, but that's not the enemy. Yeah, I don't know where the thing is. Can you? You can energize, so... Oh, that's why. There you are. Oops! Okay, change your mind. Any other surprises? There's one. What kind of surprise are you? The kind that spins around, apparently. A Morlock. Can you still inflict status effect with Trace? Good question. I do not believe I have an item that'll allow me to find out. Yeah, I would need a diamond or something. Or one of the rings. Yeah, Rainbow Stone. Let's see whether or not this will actually do something. Okay, we're not going to find out because it's Lars just kind of clobbered everything. But yeah, I don't think the Rainbow Stone actually does status effects. Oh, this is locked. What have we got in here? A chest. Which contains a tarnished key. That's not exciting at all. I spent a regular key and got a tarnished key that's not worth anything. I'm gonna light your light. Just out of spite. Grin. Grin. Thank you. Hello. Are you my friend? Oh, that tickles. That also tickles. I think I don't want you in the path of the blast. Reppenwolf with the raid. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for the raid, Reppin. Let's go ahead and give you a shout out here. That's going to pause our music for a bit. If you haven't already done so, be sure to give Reppin a follow. Check him out. He's been playing Alan Wake 2 lately. He also does some Baldur's Gate streams, some Final Fantasy XIV streams. And all in all, just a good time to kind of chill and hang out with him. How has the Alan Wake been going, Reppin? Remember last time I checked in with you, there was some frustrations, I think. That might have been the time before last. How's it going, though? How are you guys doing? Dog Thumbs, welcome in. I hope you are doing well. Actually, insane stuff tonight. Mind-blowing. Oh, you've reached the mind-blowing part of the game. That's always fun. Yeah, I remember catching the end of the Alan Wake 1 thing, and it was getting... You know, I was missing a lot of context, but yeah, it was kind of out there. So if you're getting into that kind of thing, let me ask you this, Rippin. Have they one-upped the mind-blowingness from the first game? Oh, no, I'm fine. I have been doing a lot of talking today. My voice might be a little bit off. I didn't realize that it was noticeably off. Yeah, I've had to do a lot of coaching. I was with my manager doing a whole bunch of different stuff for like half of my workday. So my throat is probably a little bit worn. One moment, please. %150%. So we have had 150% of our minds blown. That sounds like if they're ever going to make a third game, that they've got some big shoes to fill, as it were. But I'm glad. I hope you're having a good time with that game, because I know sometimes it's been a rocky ride, but when I've been checking in, it's been pretty good. It makes the word meta meaningless in terms of storytelling. You might need to elaborate on that one for me, Reppin, because I know like there's a couple of ways that I've seen the word meta used. Do you mean meta in terms of like optimal fighting, or? Oops, oh, I defended, that's why. Non-spoiler elaboration. The story breaks the fourth wall in both funny but also cerebral ways at different times. Oh. Oh, okay. It's one of those you're in it kind of moments kind of thing. I color me intrigued. We'll put it that way. Color me intrigued. Oh, hello, new friends. Oh, we can get everybody into... Oh, wait, we can't get everybody into position. Okay. You come over here. You're probably going to get blasted, but it's fine. You don't have that great a ward. It'll be fine. I actually don't want you there. I want you here. Nice miss. Excuse me. Don't want to get too into the weeds for Wolf's sake, even if he's not around right now, but this is easily my second favorite round of the game. Nice. Wolf did say he went to sleep. He was getting a little sleepy. But yeah, just for the sake of making sure that there's no spoilers for anybody who has not played Alan Wake 2, yeah, we'll keep it at that. That's fine. But I'm glad that it has been blowing your mind. It sounds like you're still having a good time with it. Oh, They came up to say hi. Hello, friends. We're going to explode you now. That tickled. Yeah, I'll go ahead and try. Nope. Gotta run. Enjoy your Bester Bunny. Well, thank you very much, Reppin, and thank you so much for trusting me with your community. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night. I definitely understand the need to raid and run. Enjoy your D-stream, and I hope you have a good night's sleep and pleasant dreams once you go. So we'll catch you later. Who is still alive? That spellcaster, that kobold. Lars is going to be at risk of being blasted, so we're going to just defend here. Okay. Well, that was not what I wanted. Oh, goody. Hang on. Perfect. What'd you see, Val? Oh, a couple of chests. Inside was contained some silk culottes, a normal key, and 400 gold pieces. I'll take it. Pretty quiet in here. But there are lanterns to light. There we go. I feel better now. Ah, that must be where scripts are stored. Hello? Oh, nobody home, huh? Yeah, okay, well. That was a little disappointing. I see chests. Enemies? That's what I thought. I thought those were one creature for a second there. Let's see. You're a blaster. Where do I want to position Val? Let's put you here. Ah. Oh. Darn. Let's get one more blast off before we approach. Oh, how fun. There we go. Nice job, team. I guess we'll take the plank shield with us. Well, no more enemies, I guess. Alright, let us see what is in the chests. 150 gold. A salvaged mantra. And a crude pike. Eh. Let us be done with this place. Yay! Val, if we give you fight, you still don't get enough guard, so we'll just give you guard. Now you have meat shield, which is good. Lars, we need you to continue ripping things apart. And Grin, we need you to continue exploding things. Alright. Should probably drop these items off real quick. We do not need this. Let's see, you are 170. Put this up here. Oh, we have a wine tincture, which, overflow. Oh, good. We have a salvaged mantra that we can do something with. This crude pike, I'm not so sure about. Oh, we should have a merchant. We can actually see if there's anything we can buy here. I'm just going to go ahead and toss the plush vest in here. Oh, that's right. We have a whole ton of food, didn't we? Creamy chowder, which is 150. And there's an overflow. Grilled ribeye. More overflow. Okay, that should take care of that. Alright, merchant. Merchant. Gotta be one around here somewhere. Also, where is Lars? I should say hi to him, because we have not bonded with him yet. Oh, well, there's Peregrine. Looking for me? What's up? You know, it never occurred to me that I could break into ruins instead of mansions. Always figured the mansions had more loot in them, but now I'm not so sure. Better keep looking, just to be sure, aye? There's Lars. Hi, Lars. We'll give you a quick chat. And I saw the merchant around here somewhere. There you go. Who do you remind me of? Beverly? You look like Beverly Crusher. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Excuse me. Care for some spoils from the wilds? Am I losing my voice? What the heck? I know my way around the outdoors, and the wilds of Lukat are no different from the wilds anywhere else. Still, it's nice to sleep in a camp every once in a while. Crude pike. Cool. Let's go ahead and do that. Makeshift bows. You have no idea how tempted I am to buy a whole bunch of them. No idea. Yeah, very tempting. That way I don't have to keep grinding the centaurs. We'll take a look at that in a moment. Because we do have trace, and we only need to make one more for whatever the other bow is. Where is you? Hi. Work my weapon, please. I'd like you to take this shaft and polish it really well. Thank you. A broadhead. Yep, the head is broad, and I'd like you to keep polishing it. Let's make it bigger. A notched spear. Damn. Well, I guess that's as big as we're gonna get. Oh yeah, can you... Can you take these two pieces of paper, hit them together with your hammer really hard, and make something new? Thanks! Don't ask me how that works. But I appreciate that it does. Alright. Let me do an assessment of bows here. So we have a recurve bow on Paul. Lars has trace, which is not going to be touched. You have a makeshift bow. Oh, well, that means we can upgrade one. And Raven has the stiff recurve. Alright. I want to make sure that we have at least 2 good bows. Actually, no, I only need 1 extra good bow. Alright, lady. Let's see what this is going to cost me. So we're going to make 1... hit that first. This is going to be really expensive if I really push this, and I'm not sure how much, like, what I need money for at the moment. We'll take you. Take you. And you. So that gives us the compound arch. Do I want to make another compound arch just to have it ready to break into a soul? What would that cost? It's gonna cost a lot. 3... 6... Let Lars try trace with lodestone loinguard? Let me take a look. Oops. Who has that? Peregrine. Peregrine does. I keep calling it Peregrine, or calling them Peregrine. It really is Peregrine, like Peregrine Falcon. But my brain is not parsing it. Sleepy Orc is sleepy. Where are you? There you are. What are you currently equipped with? You have a thigh plate in case somebody goes after you. Alright, we'll take off your pants. Put that on. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, if we want to make another bow, let's see. Will each hit add risk? Ooh, that's an interesting question. I wouldn't expect it to, but that would be interesting if it did. So if we do this, so it's going to be 300, 300, 600, and that combines to make that. Another 600 to make that. 1,200. That's what, over 3,000? You know what? Sure. Oops. Okay, so that was 1,200. I may not have mathed correctly. It might only be 2,400. Yeah, it's 2,400. That's not terrible. So we will keep these two compound arches handy. And then when I'm ready, I'll break it down and then we'll do whatever the next bow thing is. But for right now, we'll let Raven hold on to one. And I don't know. I guess Bato, because they're next to each other in the inventory. Alright. Okay, I think that'll do for that. Any other items I need to drop off? Yes. We have this tarnished key, which is junk, and we have some silk culottes, which we really don't need. Wait, is there anybody who's not equipped with armor? Peregrine, let's put some underwear on you, huh? And let's see. Yeah, everybody's equipped. All right. Could it be? Last night, or that night, Lars comes to see you. We've C79. This is it. You might have pieced this together, but I like to fight. I've fought most of my life. I'm real good at it, but it's also the only thing I got. Makes a big difference when you can fight with someone decent covering your ass, so I gotta thank you for that. You put me through some of the roughest fights I've ever seen, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Here, this is for you. It's just my way of saying thanks. An item has been added to your stronghold inventory. Huzzah! We have finally bonded with Lars, and with the exception of Peregrine, who we just got, I think that's everyone. Let's see what C79's, or what Lars's item is. It is a sword handle. Lars, where are you? We're going to equip you with that. So now you have Lucky and Lifeguard. Huzzah! Let's go ahead and save. Now, Peregrine is going to be pretty much guaranteed to be a bond, as every time we respec, we end up bonding with them, because what we do is we go to the shrine, we reset them, we exit the shrine and go back. Well, we exit the shrine so that they can put their level 1 points in, go back into the shrine, use a love potion on them, go back to the stronghold, talk to them, exit, and that guarantees a bond scene. So, we're wiping their memory, we're filling them full of love juice, we're saying hello, and suddenly they love us. Go figure. Did I seriously just hit my move goal sitting around? I must be wiggling a lot in my chair. Love juice. Yeah, so there's an enemy in the abandoned barricade, the Esthedra, which looks like a tangle of arms, and eyeballs and ears and mouths, and just, yeah, it's a weird-looking creature. But if you get it to hesitate, you can ransom a love potion from it, so you can get 2 of them from that location. And when I'm off stream, that's one of the things that I do, is I will restock on those. I haven't had to do it in a little bit, though, so I didn't do it this week. Or this past week, but I might do it this week. We'll see. Let us see. Let's see what we've got. I thought that said Fun Time Lighthouse at first, and I'm thinking to myself, has anything really been fun time here? We've got Sparkling Peak. What is this, a soda? Cave Bunker. Let's go to the Fun Time Lighthouse, kids! I'm gonna go to Magic Mountain! We went to Magic Mountain last month. This weathered lighthouse stands defiant against the gray sky. It has been beaten by many long years of neglect, but it still appears to be sturdy. You miss Magic Mountain? Yeah. That's the exit. We don't want to go that way. There aren't enough lighthouse-based theme parks. I would hazard that there aren't any lighthouse-based theme parks, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, there's got to be some stairs up here or something. Yeah, there we go. Anything else down here? No? Alright. These stairs are too steep and narrow for you to traverse them more than one at a time. Why can't I walk in this space? That's weird. There is a space here I cannot step on. There's way more than you expected? Okay, I dig it. Apparently there are more than enough lighthouse-based theme park rides, at least. Yeah, see, that's a slight difference between a lighthouse-based theme park and a lighthouse-based theme park ride. Now I can see the lighthouse-based theme park rides, absolutely. I'm not sure I've ever seen a theme park purely based on that, though. Okay, we are doing this one at a time again. This beacon appears to be magical in nature, but there's currently no mana powering it. Someone with appropriate training might be able to restart it. None of us can do that. Well, back down we go, I guess. We'll grab Rep and Vankin. They're an entire category called Helter Skelters. Oh, that sounds so familiar. Okay. So we'll exit. We'll bring in whoever between Reppin and Van Can actually has a weapon equipped. Reppin. Oh, good. He has light. We made the right choice. Worst of two. Ooh. Ow. There is ample amount of presence, but you didn't manage to align it with the crystal. Another attempt may be in order. It'll do. The beacon flickers to life, its facets shining brightly through the barred windows. This lighthouse should now be visible from a very great distance away. Cool. We did a thing. Thanks. I'm sure that'll be important later. Well, that's enough for the Fun Time Lighthouse. Let's go to the sparkling... No. You had a fun time? Well, I'm glad that you did, Val. We went up the stairs, and then we went down the stairs. But then we had to get somebody else for the ride, so we went back up the stairs again. And then we went back down the stairs again, and there were lights. And that was it. That's pretty much a roller coaster. You go up and down, and there's some fun stuff like lights. So, okay. It really was a fun park, wasn't it? Anyway, now for the Sparkling Peak, which sounds like a soda-based theme park. I don't know. From the ground, you can see a white building shining at the top of this daunting cliff face. You love Mount Fun Time? Huh. Oh. Thanks, Lars. Did I mention I love this bow? Judging by the state of these corpses, these poor suckers fell down the mountainside. There are still some useful supplies among the bones. We have acquired a tough rope and a worn knife. That is a crazy strong bow. Yeah. I would have to do the math in terms of like by how much it improves your power output. Because it's basically your attack plus half of your attack plus half of your attack and so on until it's blocked. But the thing is, that could be like 10 hits or it could be 3. It just depends on how much damage your initial hit does. So it's widely variable, but when it hits hard, oh boy, does it dig in. Hi! Are you friends? You tripped, buddy. Hey! Don't go hitting him! You poisoned Lars! You poisoned me! Lars didn't like that. Wait, can Grin seriously not target these guys? I shouldn't have done that. Shoot. I don't think I'm poisoned anymore. Shoot. There we go, that's what I wanted. Darn it! Whew. There, I managed to get that without another tick of poison, so we kept everybody at full health. Sasquatch Rich was... Oh, really? Was it? Oh, I didn't even look! Yeah, they have to actually survive the hit for us to see. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay. That didn't do it. It only did this little bit. So, I think it doesn't. It does only for the first hit. Unless that was a fluke. Here, we'll see. Okay, so it's got a little bit more. That's a bad place, Lars, but you can move out of the way. Defend so that you can actually do this. If it survives. Yeah, it seems to only just do it for the first hit. Okay, just run. Yes, thank. Oh, look. Somebody has placed a convenient ladder on this mountain. Lars, wonder what that's for. Lars, you literally just used it. Was that rage? It might have been. 'Cause Grin did heal him, which did energize, and the energize from that book is rage. So maybe it's stacked. I'll have to try that again. We'll see if maybe those two conditions stack somehow. Not against this enemy, though. No, oh. Here. I screwed up. That was me. I thought Val was in the order, but I keep forgetting that Lars is just super quick on his feet. he's not. Oh, wait, we're... What are we doing? There. Yes, not gonna survive that. Okay, so Lars is currently enraged. Eh. I'm just gonna make sure that it stays active. Okay, so we see that he's got a little bit. We saw how much it did before. That maxed it, so it must be the combination of rage plus the lodestone. Now the question is, what does rage alone do? How can we test that? I want to have Val attack, or I need to attack. Let's see. Val. Wait, who's got a lower... I actually have the lower fight, so I need to be the one to do it. And Lars, we actually need you to defend. Hopefully I don't kill it. Hopefully I hit it! Okay, so rage... Rage is powerful. I did not realize rage was that powerful. Just to make sure I don't have anything else with Risk Strike, and I do not. I do have, like, I think some passives, maybe? You can die now. We're done experimenting on you. Let's see. Yeah, I do have Overpower. Your physical attacks increase your target's risk, so that's adding to it. That would be if they attacked me. Healing or dismissal conversion. Yeah. But you also have Overpower. So yeah. Interesting. I did not realize that Rage would basically fill their risk meter right away, so that you can force people to only have one attack. Or fumble. So, interesting. I don't want to go up the ladder yet. I want to explore. Nah. That was not nice. You have fleet. Holy shit. Okay, you guys are really starting to hurt. Watch the bonding scene from last week. You thought I thought you meant something else when you said there was a bonding scene with. I do wish the game would have given a rope. That would have been awesome. So I don't think the clip captured it, Reppin, but yeah, we kind of talked about how awesome it would have been if whatever your bond token was had something to do with a rope or looked like a rope or something, or at least could be interpreted as rope. Oh, you went to the whole VOD. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that is, that's what we were hoping for, but it is what it is. It's kind of random. But I'm glad you got a chance to see it. So yeah, we are currently now bonded with all of our custom roster, and also everybody on the in-game party that we've gathered, except for Peregrine. You found it funny and meaningful? Well, I'm glad. Alright, let's see if I can manage to not die. Val, come help, please. Oh, good, the poison wore off. Damn it. What is with all the crits? Holy crap. We cannot afford risk-taking at the moment. We also can't afford missing. Damn. Blah. Evasive little fucker. Net gain. Really? Oh, now you're hitting Val. Okay, well, it distributes the damage a little bit. Alright, change of tactic here. Take out the big guy. Okay. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna eat it. One of the sandwiches. Oh hey, there's food in here. I could have had a crisp lager. That would have been better than one of the sandwiches. We'll try to preserve these. Well, the lager I'll eat if I need to. In fact, no. Val, you're thirsty. There you go. We all had a chance to rest. I had a sandwich, Val had a drink. Val, if you're still in, are you a lager kind of person? Or do you prefer wine? We'll ask that of generally of chat. If adult beverages are your thing, of what kind do you prefer to partake? Hello, more friends. Ow. Ow. On the plus side, the rest of my group is nowhere near them. On the bad side, I am surrounded. Can you? Okay, you can. Cool. Excellent. Let's see. You like sweet wines and quote-unquote girly drinks, but you also like beer. Val prefers stouts and porters if we are just talking beer. The only thing you don't enjoy is straight spirits on the rocks. You need stuff mixed. So I'm kind of the same way with that, Reppin. I prefer... The things that I've enjoyed are like Bacardi and orange soda. There's a couple of raspberry flavored things, razzmatazz and orange soda, and then there's something else. Was it Crown Royale that I had with orange soda and enjoyed? I can't remember. And then Long Island iced tea. Those are two things that I enjoyed. I'm not a beer person, and I'm not really a wine person. But it's entirely possible I just haven't found one that I like. You drink kinky vodka, and no, not because of the name, but it helps. It's vodka already flavored like berries. Kinky blue goes great with cranberry. Interesting. Gay spirits only. I like that. Gay spirits only. I should probably defend. Ah. defenses down. That means you're going to die. Need your spirits flaming, and you're not talking about Fireball or Sambucha, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So, do you mean you like to have your spirits, like, lit aflame? Because I've seen drinks done like that before. I've never had one, but I have seen them. I think the girliest drink that I've had, I think it was a Cosmopolitan. They had something on the board that was like on special, and I'm like, sure, I'll try that. I don't know what it is. And it was like this bright pink glass in a very thin-stemmed, wide, I don't know what these glasses are called. A very wide, triangular glass. And I'm thinking, wow, that is, that makes me feel a little silly for holding it. Why am I doing that? It's not the button I wanted to push. I honestly don't even remember what it tastes like. Oh, what's going on? Ah! Uh-oh. No. Do not hit Lars. Stop it. No, don't hit Lars. We need him. Yes, hit me. Stop that. Better. Bloody hell. That sucked. We might need to have Val take a break on this one because with all the casting going around, I think we're going to need Lars and Grin to do a lot of the work. Misses are bad. Oh, you want to physically attack, do you? Medusa? Yeah, we're not messing around with you. Oh yeah, that one definitely died. Not close enough. This is fine. Would you put an end to this madness? Let's see if harpies will drop something. None of us are very good at negotiating, but a fair deal I think I shall not find. Take it. Oh, that's right. You guys drop rings. I think I got that once before. Not that we strictly need them, but good to have. So that's all lit up. This is not. There's an inscription on the dais here. It reads, "The temple is reserved for those who can withstand the soul of the mountain." Oh. That's the name of the staff thing. When you break a staff down and it turns into a soul. I believe it's called a mountain soul. We are not going to be able to continue yet. Yeah, I think we're done for now. We'll have to come back here later, I think, when we got enough... It was the sticks, right? I think it was the sticks, not the books. Sticks. Yeah, not that kind of stick. But it should remain clear until we complete it. We didn't quite level up. That's okay. That battle right when you climb up that ladder was a little cheap. Yeah, there's a few surprises, but... Oh, wait, I need those Monte Cristo sandwiches. No. I mean, I just need one of them, but it's fine. It's fine. Because we're going to put this sourdough... Oh, wait. Whoops. That's not where sourdough goes. I screwed it up. Hang on. Ham goes here, you go here, you go here. You go here, there, there. We need another of these. Didn't I have... I must have already put it away. Tough rope, which, guess we've got plenty of that for now. Warden knife. Didn't we already have a warden knife? Or did I sell it? I might have sold it. Whoops. Well, this is fine. Not what I wanted to hit. Let's see who we've got as a merchant today. Must be you. Got some good stuff for sale here. See anything you want? You got the coin, and it's all yours. Hatchet, bludgeon, dry pretzel, mustard pretzel, fresh sourdough, soggy sandwich, Monte Cristo, and a bacon club. I have not had a properly made Monte Cristo. I've seen a video on how it's made, and it's kind of like a fancy grilled ham and cheese. I wouldn't mind trying one day. But I don't believe I have the skills to properly make it. You know what? Let's go ahead and do this. And let's also do this. In fact, oh, that's a war axe. I mean, we might need it, but you can go here. War axe. Bearded axe. Jammed catch. Marauder Soul. I'm gonna do one of these numbers here. Just so I have some space between the weapons that are not able to be forged and the ones that are. Let's see. More knife. Circlet doesn't belong here. Got 3 of the circlets. I don't think I need that many. Okay. We were doing axes. We got the axe thingy, so we don't need to do axes no more. So next are bludgeons. 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 Lady, where are you? There you are. Alright. Buy a bludgeon. Buy another bludgeon. Buy another bludgeon. And then another bludgeon. Gives us warhammers. We'll turn the warhammers into Morgenstern. And turn those into a mace. And turn those into Paladin Soul. We got one of a lot of stuff. Let's see. We've still got a good amount of money for when we can do other things. Alright. Let's see if we've got time for one more. Gotta get those special weapons? Yeah, we'll probably do that. Maybe we can spend next stream doing that. Well, depending on what we've got open, I'll have to take a look at what we've got available. I did save, right? Alright. It looks as though a shelter was built part way into an existing cave here, into the... Take 2. Action. It looks as though a shelter was built part way into an existing cave in the mountainside here. And my throat is definitely getting torn up from today. I have done a lot more talking than I normally do in a day. Every time you watch me play, you look at the store page and consider this game. Reppin', I think you should do it. Actually, let me check something real quick on Steam. Let me go to the store page. Is it on sale perchance? It is on sale for 60% off. It's $4.39, Reppin'. What is your excuse? So, if you do not already own the game, and the play that you have seen so far, the gameplay that you've seen so far, if it intrigues you at all, it is 60% off. Why not? Wait, this is secured already? Okay, cool. That was quick. You bought it? Awesome. Reppin, do you want me to send you... let me ask you this, Reppin, do you have access to Photoshop or something that can open Photoshop files? Because if so, I can send you all of the graphics that I put together for what I used to make your character and Wolf's character. And then I can also send you the files that I have for your character if you just want to copy them over directly. This looks like it's probably some sort of cutscene area, perhaps? Let's light everything up. Or just an in-between. Or maybe it's a camp. Very small camp, though. I don't think it would really work for that. But yeah, I didn't see any items, so... Let's scoot. Is there a particular place you want me to send those? Love that the Steam Library page banner has a hot harness-strapped werewolf man. Okay, this is probably the right choice. That might be Wisaka. Let me check. Let me open the store page again. Okay. I don't have access to do that. I can't send files through it. I don't think I have it on my PC. Is there a place in your Discord that I can drop files? Yeah, that's Wisaka. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. What are we open? Oh, we got 2 gates open. Oh, we've got a gate and a sewer crossing open. My bad. Okay. We can work that at a different time? Okay. Yeah, if necessary, if you have an email that you would prefer me to use, I can do that. We'll figure it out. Just reach out to me on Discord or Telegram. We'll figure it out. This strong gate has clearly been manufactured, but there are no signs of tool work on any of the stones. Oh goody. I can't see a thing. I love that. The crude pedestal has a warning written on top of it. It reads, "If you are not of the hive, you do not belong here. Be gone." There we go, now I can see. I knew there were lights around here somewhere. There we are. Alright. This will be our last one. An old sewer junction that might provide a way across the water. It hasn't been in active use for many years, so at least you are unlikely to find much in the way of actual sewage. Is that... hold on. I don't think that is an O. Or, no, something's weird with the resolution. The O got trimmed off because the T above it is funny as well. That's weird. I think that happened before, like in my first playthrough I noticed that. Oh well. It's fine. I thought it was a C at first, but then I noticed the T above it is a little distorted, so yeah, something is weird. It's fine. Let's explore. Because of course, you always have to explore the sewers. It's not an RPG of any kind unless you go through the sewers. Yeah, it seems like if there is too much description, it starts to look like that. Oh, I didn't notice that on other ones. Hello. Really? No line of sight from here? Okay. gonna shoot? Oh, really? Okay. It drops a plank shield. Yeah, I actually wanted to defend. Jeez. Okay. Apparently, whelks are highly susceptible to magic. Makes sense. They're a big snail. Resistance to physical. Hello. Hi. Whoa. Okay. That's another Bile Exarch. You're not going to be able to get over their grin. Nope, well, it's dead. I saw a critical lady and it's like, okay. Oh, hello. What did you have? A bludgeon. I don't think we need any more of those. And a soggy sandwich from the sewers. No, thank you. Ah, now we've got more things opened up. Okay. So we've got the Laughlin Manor grounds, the Silent Courthouse, the Isolated Manor, and the Tolling Station. We've also got this area down here. I'm a little worried that I should explore here first. Because I feel like I'm getting too close to this, which is supposed to be the end of the game, but I don't know, like, we've got all this to go through. I don't know which direction. I don't know. I do want to explore the entire map before I actually go in there. So this is, even if I do manage to link up to the Greenback Shipyard, I'm probably not going to go in there right away. Especially if I've got other areas that have not been finished, so. Let's return to the Stronghold, though. Let's see who we have as a merchant. Hello, Mr. Lizard Guy. It's rude to stare, you know, but what if I like what I see? Okay, that's actually really rude as well. It's actually really creepy to say that. Yeah, I got a few things let me try that again. Yeah, I got a few things. I know a few folks. I'll help you out if you help me out. Simple. Bows, hatchets. We can do something with those knives. He said in a not at all evocative manner. Honest. Dagger turns into Bacillard, turns into Mandcatch, turns into Assassin Soul, and that's 2. We do not need any more Assassin Souls. Given to understand that neurotypical people are flattered by comments like that, but only if they likewise find the person attractive. Generally, that's my understanding of it, but it's also considered a very high-risk thing to say. Okay, so we're done with daggers. Like, done with daggers. No sticks, though. No scythes. Those are actually remarkably easy to get later. Let's see. Mantis Soul is what it's called. Do I? Oh, I have a Mantis Soul. So yeah, I'm actually. Oh no, wait, no. I haven't gotten. I do need to get one more Mantis Soul, so I do have to keep working on scythes. I do have something. I have a piece of paper I'm using to kind of keep track. So we've got a Paladin Soul. So I put a little red dot to show that I'm ready to use one. Mantis Soul, which we have one. I've already got a mark there. Marauder Soul. Put a little dot next to that. We've got 2 Assassin Souls, so I can put 2 dots on both of those. Mercenary Soul. I got a dot. Guardian Soul. I got a dot. Okay. I got a dot on all the things that need dots, so we are good with that. Yeah, definitely high risk. Which is to say, in polite society, it's probably not something that you want to just blurt out. You might come off as a little bit of a creeper. Oh, you know Grant has a scythe. I'm gonna take that off of him just so that I have this ready if I need it. Because I can technically do this now, but I don't want to. I used the War Scythe too much on Nazar to really swap that out. Alright. That, I think, is gonna do it for tonight. So, one of the things I want to do here, after I save... So there is a streamer who hasn't been able to stream for a while. He's actually one of our roster members. His name is Grin. He's our what is the phrase that he uses? It's like I had it in my brain earlier, but every time I try to think of this is why I write things down, because I forget things. His something affirmation. What's that phrase for like positive reinforcement and stuff? Anyway, he's a really good guy, but he's been having some health issues. He hasn't been able to stream, and we miss him. So one of the things I wanted to do, when he ends his stream, he has positive things that he likes to say, and Wolf does this as well. And you know what, I want to just kind of start doing that as well, because you guys are all awesome. I really appreciate that you're here, that you're spending time with me, that we're hanging out in chat, that we're talking about whatever comes up. So kind of inspired by Grin and Wolf, as we wrap up tonight, I want to tell you all, you matter, you are important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, you all take care. So we'll see you next week for more Bastard Bonds. So, let's see. I should probably actually have set up a raid before saying all of that fun stuff so that I smoothly transitioned into actually doing this. Professional streamer, go! I'll get it right eventually, it's fine. Let's go say hi to Jay Johnson. But thank you all once again, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the night with lots of pleasant dreams. So until next time, take care. Bye for now.